This guy, Polish deputy prime minister, row 3, a couple seats past the Polish military soldier.
But next to Pelton?
No, he's over there.
He's not next to Pelton. The second one.
I'm not sure who that is. It's a Polish, the American getting the Medal of Honor saved a Polish soldier's life in Afghanistan, but died doing so. His family will be here, the Polish family, and the Polish soldier will be here to thank him. Who was saved. Yeah. I guess, yeah. Yeah, the American gave his life to save him. So the Polish government sent a representative. These are serious dudes.
No, you're senator. Would you deport?
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please bow with me as I ask God's blessings upon this ceremony. Almighty God, your steady hand has guided this republic for nearly 250 years. From its birth in the wilderness to this very hour, we come to you now with grateful hearts. We assemble here today to honor men who, when the test came, were steadfast and unmovable. We thank you for the unyielding conviction of Master Sergeant Roderick Edmonds, who looked evil in the eyes and did not flinch. And we thank you for the battlefield grit of Command Sergeant Major Terry Richardson, courage that saved lives in Vietnam and courage that stands before us today. And Lord, we thank you for Staff Sergeant Michael Ollis, who, in a final selfless act, made his own body a shield for a friend. Bless the family and friends of these great men of honor, O Lord, and forbid that we leave this place as mere admirers of their heroic deeds. Plant in our hearts a measure of their courage that we might prove worthy of the freedom for which they and generations before them defended. And Lord, now let the light of liberty continue to shine on our great nation. We pray in the strong name of the one who guides us. This will defend. Amen.
Thank you very much, Chaplain Green. Wonderful job. Appreciate it. And thank everybody for being here, and please feel free to sit. So before we begin this important ceremony, and there's no ceremony that can be much more important than this, let me provide a brief update on Operation Epic Fury. Today, the United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime. Following our obliteration of Iran's nuclear program in Operation Midnight Hammer a short while ago, we warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones that we so powerfully blew up, but they ignored those warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, and this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas. The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America. The purpose of this fast-growing missile program was to shield their nuclear weapon development and make it extraordinarily difficult for anyone to stop them from making these highly forbidden by us nuclear weapons. We were the ones that were complaining. We were the ones that wanted it stopped, but everybody was behind us. They just didn't have the courage to say so. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people. Our country itself would be under threat, and it was very nearly under threat. I was very proud to have knocked out the Iran nuclear deal by President Barack Hussein Obama, that was a horrible, horrible, dangerous document. They would have had nuclear weapons 3 years ago, and they would have used them. But I'll not let that happen. For almost 47 years, this regime has been attacking the United States and killing Americans. Every time you see someone with missing arms and legs or a face that's been absolutely shattered violently, it was almost certainly caused by an Iran roadside bomb. They were put there by General Soleimani, who was the father of the roadside bomb. Very proudly, he thought, but I terminated him in my first term. This was our last best chance to strike, what we're doing right now, and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. And they are indeed sick and sinister. Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders. Came back, and we thought we had a deal, and they backed out. I said, you can't deal with these people. You got to do it the right way. Today, we grieve for the 4 heroic American service members who have been killed in action, and send our love and support to their families. In their memory, we continue this mission with ferocious, unyielding resolve to crush the threat this terrorist regime poses to the American people, and a threat indeed it is. We have the strongest and most powerful, by far, military in the world, and we will easily prevail. We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always, and we have right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it. Whatever somebody said today, they said, oh, well, if the president wants to do it really quickly. After that, he'll get bored. I don't get bored. There's nothing boring about this. Do you agree with that, Pete? I don't think there's anything, Mr. General. I think he'll get bored after about a week or two. No, we don't get bored. I never get bored. If I got bored, I wouldn't be standing here right now. I guarantee you that, to go through what I had to go through. We also projected 4 weeks to terminate the military leadership, and as you know, that was done in about an hour, so we're ahead of schedule there by a lot. But please join me in thanking every American service member who bravely is standing in harm's way. They really are incredible, and I just want to thank you. We have a lot of them right here. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We have a lot of great service members here with us, too, in this beautiful building. Isn't it beautiful? We're adding on to the building a little bit. We're improving the building. See that nice drape? When that comes down right now, you see a very, very deep hole. But in about a year and a half from now, you're going to see a very, very beautiful building. And there's your entrance to it right there. In fact, it looks so nice, I think I'll save money on the doors, because it can't get more beautiful than that. I picked those drapes in my first term. I always like gold, but I think we can save a lot of money. I just saved curtains. But, and it'll be spectacular. It'll be the most beautiful ballroom. I believe it's because I built many a ballroom. I believe it's going to be the most beautiful ballroom anywhere in the world. And when you hear all that hammering out there, you know why the first ever stop. You know, they go from 6 in the morning till 11:30 in the evening. Can you imagine? Here? You know what? To me, that's a beautiful sound. She doesn't like it. I love it. You know what? To me, other than here, because we're donating it, not a penny to the taxpayer. It'll be under budget, ahead of schedule. It'll be 400 million or less. Most people say 400 million or more. No, it'll be less. But when I hear that sound, that beautiful sound behind me, it means money, so I like it. But my wife isn't thrilled. She said, this is getting crazy. I said, don't worry about it. We'll be all finished up in a few months. But now for the reason that we're gathered this morning to recognize the unsurpassed courage of 3 really incredible American heroes, 1 living and 2 no longer with us. So together, we recognize the exceptional valor of Master Sergeant Roderick, Edmonds, and maybe I could ask your families to stand because they're beautiful families. I got to meet them, and please. So Staff Sergeant Michael Ollis and Command Sergeant Major Terry Richardson, as they receive our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor. And we're pleased to be joined by Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. He's busy, very busy guy. In fact, I said, if you want, Pete, you can avoid it. General Raisin Kane also, and they said, we don't avoid this one. This is one you wouldn't avoid for anything, right? So we appreciate that you're here. Secretary of Veterans Affairs, who's doing an incredible job, Veterans Affairs, Doug Collins. Doug, thank you. You stand up, Doug. You're doing such a good job. 92% approval rating. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, who's known as Raisin Kane. I liked him when I heard that name, Raisin Kane. I said, if it's true, you're my guy. And it's true. It just turned out it's very true. He's a great guy and a great general. Secretary of the Army, Dan Driscoll, and Army Chief of Staff, Randy George. Thank you. Thank you both, Dan. As well as Senators Tom Cotton, Bill Hagerty. You guys were great on television this weekend. I'll tell you what, can't have a better representative than both of you. Thank you very much. And Representatives Tim Burchett, Jack Bergman, and Nicole Malliotakis. And we have a few others sitting here, but I'm not going to go through it because we have far more important people to honor today. Oh, we have Tom Homan. I got to at least mention Tom Homan. I would be a stand-up, Tom. What a job. Zero people coming in. We had millions and millions of people pouring into our country now that, I'm not even sure I can believe this number is 0, but it is given out by Democrats. They're Democrats from the left, and they're rated for the last 9 months. We had 0 people come illegally through our border. Right, Tom? So I want to thank you very much. And I also want to salute 6 former Medal of Honor recipients: William Swenson, Jim McLuhan, Walter Marm, Thomas Payne, Sammy Davis. That's an interesting guy. Where is Sammy Davis? We have a big story here, Sammy. You've heard that all your life, I'll bet, huh? And Edward Byers. Stand up, please. You all look good. We all look good. We remember the ceremonies. All great. It's a great honor. There's no greater. I tried for myself. I've tried numerous times to get one by myself. I keep getting shut down. They say, you can't do it, sir. Bad protocol. Very bad. I would say the worst. But I'm only kidding. You don't have to say I'm only kidding, otherwise the press will come out with it, which they actually did once. Donald Trump wants a Congressional Medal of Honor, but he's been shut down. But now you are brave, amazing people. And I want to thank you all. In 1941, Roddy Edmonds of Knoxville, Tennessee, enlisted in the U.S. Army and soon rose to one of the youngest master sergeants in the military. In 1944, he sailed to Europe to fight in World War II, and he was so enthusiastic and young and full of vim and vigor. Roddy soon found himself on the front lines of the Battle of the Bulge. That was a big one, massively outnumbered by enemy forces. His 1,200 soldier unit fought valiantly until they were completely overrun. The force was massive on the other side, many times the number. After a 4-day death march, one that was covered very well by the history books, through bitter cold, they were put into a German POW camp. Roddy was the top-ranking infantryman in the camp. He was number one, meaning he was responsible for the lives of his fellow service members. On July 26, 1945, a Nazi SS officer issued an order over the camp loudspeaker, loud and strong. He said that only American Jews were to show up to roll call following this morning. He added, all who disobey this order will be shot immediately. There were more than 200 Jewish American soldiers in the camp, and Roddy knew their separation from the group would mean certain death. So that night he summoned his team and devised a plan. The next morning, all 1,200 American men fell in line together, shoulder to shoulder. Enraged, the Nazi commandant rushed forward, drew his Luger pistol, and pressed the barrel between Sergeant Edmonds' eyes. He barked at Roddy. They cannot all be Jews, he screamed loud and again, and staring straight back into the raging face of evil. Sergeant Edmonds replied fearlessly, we are all Jews here. The Nazi officer lowered his weapon and the soldiers erupted in cheers. With total disregard for his own life, Roddy had saved over 200 of his fellow service members. Their camp was liberated 2 months later. We're honored to be joined today by Roddy's son, Chris. Please stand up as Thank you, Chris. Today your father gets the honor he so courageously earned, and really amazing, right? It's an amazing story. Congratulations to the family of Master Sergeant Roddy Edmonds. The next two we recognize today served in the 1st Battalion, 28th Infantry Regiment of the 1st Infantry Division, better known as Big Red 1. Do you know about that, Pete, right? Command Sergeant Major Terry Richardson, we are honored to have you with us. On September 12, 1968, 102 brave men of Terry's Alpha Company were asked with securing Hill 222 deep behind the enemy's line in Vietnam. They didn't know it at the time, had no idea, but the area was totally infested with nearly 300 enemy bunkers and many, many enemy soldiers, far outnumbering them by at least 4, 5, even 6 to 1. As Terry led Lima platoon up Hill 222, the enemy launched an ambitious and violent attack, unleashing a withering fire of machine guns and rocket-propelled grenades. Just didn't stop, just kept coming. Pinned down in hell on earth, Terry summoned unimaginable courage. 3 times he exposed himself to enemy fire to rescue severely wounded comrades, and 3 times he dragged them back to the group. Terry soon realized that the 82 remaining men had one chance of survival. That was air support. Acting without regard of his own life, he grabbed a radio and charged up Hill 222 alone. He needed to be there. It was the only place you'd get reception. He withstood a storm of enemy bullets, eventually reaching the top, where he spent the next 8 hours calling in tactical strikes, completely exposed. An hour in, an enemy sniper shot rang out and the bullet tore through his right leg violently. He was in bad shape, but Terry disregarded that and pushed through and after 7 more hours of calling in American fire from above, the enemy retreated. Later that day, his team found him with both eardrums totally ruptured and a mangled right leg and foot, but still barely living, but living nevertheless. Due to Terry's actions above and beyond the call of duty, 82 men, Alpha Company, survived this battle, including 2 in this room, Norm Meyer and Dave Himmer. Where are you? Can you want to stand up, Norm and Dave? Where's Norm and Dave? That's pretty cool. Pretty good. And that story is 100% correct, isn't it? Huh? See, pretty. It's how much have you paid him over the years? Have you said take everything we have? We wouldn't be here, right? That's great. That's a great story. Terry, today you enter the ranks of the bravest warriors ever to stride the face of the earth. Please stand up, please. Thank you. That's great, Terry. That's a great, brave man. I met him back there. He said, he's central casting. Look at him. He looks great. He looks great. You feel like fighting? I think we could take him today. What do you think, Pete? We'll make a little deal with him, as you are a brave man. Finally, we honor one more American soldier, a fallen warrior of wars, and really terror. Staff Sergeant Michael Ollis, born in 1988 on Staten Island. Michael grew up seeing the World Trade Center across the bay. I know Staten Island so well. The people in Staten Island are amazing. After 9/11, Michael enlisted in the Army, and by 24 years old, he was locked in. He loved it. He wanted it so badly. He was a squad leader serving in Afghanistan with the 2nd Battalion, 22nd Infantry Regiment, 1st Brigade Combat Team of the legendary 10th Mountain Division. On August 28, 2013, terrorists detonated a 400-pound car bomb on the east wall of the forward operating base, Ganzi, ripping open a 60-foot wide breach into a compound that housed NATO coalition forces, a lot of them. 10 Taliban fighters wearing suicide vests swarmed through. From across the compound, Michael saw the pillar of white smoke rising and ran to join the fight, rushing without his gear, wearing almost no gear, no Kevlar helmet, no body armor, just one magazine in his rifle. Along the way, he encountered a Polish soldier, and together they advanced under heavy fire, very, very heavy fire. At one point, shrapnel ripped through the Polish soldier's legs, rendering him unable to walk, very, very severely hurt. In that chaos of gunfire, explosions, and charred human remains, a terrorist insurgent appeared, rounding a corner with his suicide vest, fully armed, and you could see it. It was going to happen. He charged the wounded Polish soldier without hesitation. Michael raised his gun and forced himself between the insurgent and the man he just met, shielding him with his own body. He knew it was going to happen. He shielded him with his own body. You know, bravery's amazing. You never really know who's brave, who's not, until they're really tested. We think some people are brave, Pete, and they're not. We think others aren't, and they are. You never know. But he was tested. That's called the ultimate test, right? And at perhaps his final heartbeat, Michael fired his weapon. Staff Sergeant Ollis was killed just weeks before his 25th birthday, and nobody was any more brave than that. In his final act on earth, Michael absorbed the blast, sparing the life of that Polish warrior, who we are grateful to have in the room with us today, Second Lieutenant Carol Sierpika. Carol Sierpika. Where are you, Carol? Hey. Would you like to come up? Please. Please. I'd love to have you come up. Thank you, Carol.
Mr. President, Minister of War, my Minister Polish of National Defense, distinguished guests, everyone gathered here today, dear my Basia, Michael, and Jacob, especially dear Linda and Robert, and the entire Ollis family. What do you have that you did not receive? This is how I would like to begin these few words, to speak to you all here. In this special place and on occasion of this incredibly important ceremony, one that is significant for many, but truly especially exceptional for me, is a particular privilege and a great honor. Above all, however, it is my commitment. It is a part of my new mission, which began 13 years ago. A soldier is not something you are from time to time. It is who you are forever. It is just like you are not a mother, a father, a sister, and brother, or only for a moment. These are not roles given to us for a while. They are a great gift, but also a great lifelong commitment. Yes, today my commitment and my greatest gift is to cultivate the memory of true, heroic act of courage that I witnessed performed by your beloved son, Michael. Please forgive me if my words have not fully, are simply not enough. I'm deeply moved, happy, and grateful to God for my service, for my parents, for my family, for my beloved homeland, Poland, for my second family from Staten Island, and for my second homeland, America. God bless you all. Michael, thank you for your service, and I will see you in our heavenly homeland. Thank you for your service. Thank you so much.
And Carol is joined by his wife and their two wonderful sons, Jacob and Michael. Michael is named after the American hero who saved his father's life. So stand up, Michael. Let me see. Wow. That's great. We're also pleased to be joined by several members of the Polish government, including representatives of the president, who I think is a fantastic man, by the way. I must be honest with you. I endorsed him and he won, and he came from behind, he won, and he was the biggest story in Europe, and he's going to be a great president. He already is. But as well as Poland's Minister of Defense, to honor the blood and sacrifice that has helped seal the Polish-American bond. We have a great bond. We have a great relationship with your country. And I just want to thank you to Michael's parents, Bob and Linda. Your son's selflessness in the face of real evil reminds us of the courage that keeps our country free. And I just said the genetics in that family are very strong, right? I said that before. All three families, I said, good. I see some of the young ones today. And I said, you have good genes. They were asking me, what does that mean? I said, don't worry about it. You'll figure it out. But you have the best genes you can have, actually. So thank you for giving America your beloved son. And now I would like to ask the military aide to come forward and read the citations, and then we will do the honors. Thank you all very much. This is a tremendous honor for me to be here. Thank you. Please, military aide.
Chris Edmonds, accepting on behalf of his father, Master Sergeant Roderick W. Edmonds. The President of the United States of America, authorized by Act of Congress, March 3, 1863, has posthumously awarded in the name of Congress the Medal of Honor to Master Sergeant Roderick W. Edmonds, United States Army. Master Sergeant Roderick W. Edmonds distinguished himself by acts of gallantry above and beyond the call of duty from January 27, 1945 to March 30, 1945 as a prisoner of war in Germany. Upon arrival at Stalag 9A in Zietenhain, Germany, on the evening of January 26, 1945, the Germans announced that only Jewish American prisoners would fall out for roll call the following morning at the threat of execution. Master Sergeant Edmonds directed his senior leaders to have all 1,200 American prisoners present themselves for roll call. The Nazi commandant became incredulous after realizing that so many Americans were standing in formation. The commandant removed his pistol, pressed it hard against Master Sergeant Edmonds' forehead between his eyes, and demanded that he order all Jewish American prisoners to step forward or he would be shot. Master Sergeant Edmonds fearlessly held his ground, refusing to concede. The commandant lowered his weapon without further attempts to segregate the Jewish American prisoners. Several weeks later, in March 1945, the Germans ordered all prisoners to assemble outside the barracks for evacuation. Master Sergeant Edmonds ordered all American prisoners to form in front of the barracks, and when the enemy transports arrived, they would break ranks and rush back to the barracks. Master Sergeant Edmonds gallantly led these prisoners in a relentless pursuit of opposition and resistance, forcing the Germans to abandon the camp, leaving the 1,200 American prisoners behind. Master Sergeant Edmonds' conspicuous gallantry above and beyond the call of duty are in keeping with the highest traditions of military service and reflect great credit upon himself, his unit in the United States Army. Command Sergeant Major Terry P. Richardson. The President of the United States of America, authorized by Act of Congress, March 3, 1863, has awarded in the name of Congress the Medal of Honor to Staff Sergeant Terry P. Richardson, United States Army. Staff Sergeant Terry P. Richardson distinguished himself by acts of gallantry above and beyond the call of duty on September 14, 1968, in the vicinity of Loc Ninh, Republic of Vietnam. On this date, his company was tasked with the mission of securing Hill 222 in hostile and enemy territory near the Cambodian border. Staff Sergeant Richardson directed one of his squads to be the point element leading the way. Shortly after the assault began, 3 of the squad members became severely wounded and pinned down between 3 enemy machine gun bunkers. Staff Sergeant Richardson advanced forward under heavy enemy fire and recovered his wounded soldiers between heavy machine gun fire. By the time he was able to make it back to join his unit, his entire company had been completely surrounded by the enemy. Staff Sergeant Richardson recognized that the only way to keep his company from being overrun was with accurate tactical airstrikes. Staff Sergeant Richardson advanced to the top of Hill 222 under heavy enemy fire for better sight lines to direct the tactical airstrikes. He began to direct the tactical airstrikes and shortly thereafter became wounded by an enemy sniper. Staff Sergeant Richardson continued directing the tactical airstrikes for 7 more hours before the enemy broke contact. 6 soldiers from his platoon found him still alive. Staff Sergeant Richardson declined medical evaluation for his gunshot wound and requested that he be allowed to stay to lead his soldiers. Altogether, his actions directly resulted in 85 lives being spared on that fateful day. Staff Sergeant Richardson's conspicuous gallantry and extraordinary heroism at the risk of his life, above and beyond the call of duty, are in keeping with the highest traditions of military service and reflect great credit upon himself, his unit, and the United States Army. Robert and Linda Ollis, accepting on behalf of their son, Staff Sergeant Michael H. Ollis. The President of the United States of America, authorized by Act of Congress March 3, 1863, has posthumously awarded in the name of Congress the Medal of Honor to Staff Sergeant Michael H. Ollis, United States Army. Staff Sergeant Michael H. Ollis distinguished himself by acts of gallantry above and beyond the call of duty on 28 August 2013 in Afghanistan. On this date, a complex enemy attack involving multiple vehicle-borne improvised explosive devices, suicide vests, indirect fire, and small arms fire was launched against Forward Operating Base Hanzi. Staff Sergeant Ollis ordered his fellow soldiers to move to bunkers to shield themselves from enemy fire. After accounting for his soldiers, he moved toward the enemy force that had penetrated the perimeter of the forward operating base. Staff Sergeant Ollis located a coalition forces officer, and together they moved toward the point of attack, armed with only their rifles. Upon reaching the attack point, they linked up with other friendly forces and began a coordinated effort to repulse the enemy. While under continuous fire, Staff Sergeant Ollis moved from position to position, engaging the enemy with accurate and effective fire. While fighting along the perimeter, an insurgent came around the corner. Staff Sergeant Ollis fired on the insurgent and incapacitated him, but as he approached the downed insurgent, the insurgent's suicide vest detonated and mortally wounded him. Staff Sergeant Ollis' exceptional courage and complete disregard for personal safety were in keeping with the highest traditions of military service and reflect great credit upon him, his unit, in the United States Army.
Benediction. Eternal God, our unfailing light in every darkness, the rock on which we stand, as we depart this place of honor, May the courage of these heroes be our example, righteousness our choice, and hope in you our guiding light. We especially ask for your protection over our military service members who are protecting the interests of our nation at this very moment. And Heavenly Father, grant us the will to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly before you. In your holy name we pray. This we'll defend. Amen.
General Kane, how long is this operation?
Has the administration intelligence on this operation? Thank you.
J. Hickson.
Have you spoken with the family friends?
How long is this operation, sir?
Hey, brother, how you doing, man? What's going on? You doing all right? Well, Chris had good seeing you.
Congressman Ed, are you concerned that a MAGA base may be mad about this military strike for the president?
No, ma'am. I think Iran is they're bad actors. They've killed Americans. In Iraq, they supplied armaments. Hezbollah is is part of their outfit. They supplied them with armaments and guns. And all they do business with China. So absolutely not. I think we're good.
What do you make of the upcoming war powers resolution that we're likely going to see on Wednesday or
It
Thursday?
won't pass. That's just no.
It will or will not?
No, I mean, these people, they
ערב טוב. עד כה, במסגרת מבצע שהגת הארי, צה"ל תקף יותר מ-600 מטרות של משטר הטרור האיראני. בימים האחרונים חוסלו מאות פעילים במנגנונים הביטחוניים של המשטר בתקיפות ברחבי איראן. אני רוצה להסביר לכם עכשיו מה אנחנו עושים בדגש על הפעילות ההתקפית בטהרן. אנחנו תוקפים כל העת. המשכנו להעמיק את הפגיעה ביכולות השיגור של המשטר, במערכות ההגנה האסטרטגיות, באתרי הייצור, במערך הטילים ובמטרות הפיקוד והשליטה. במהלך היום, עשרות מטוסי קרב של חיל האוויר, בהכוונה מודיעינית של אמ"ן, הטילו יותר מ-250 חימושים על מטרות של משטר הטרור האיראני בלב טהרן. במסגרת התקיפות, פגענו במפקדות, בסיסים ומתחמים של גופי ביטחון הפנים של המשטר. כוחות ביטחון הפנים מהווים חלק ממנגנון הדיכוי האכזרי של משמרות המהפכה. בנוסף, תקפנו יותר מ10 מפקדות של המיניסטריון האיראני, גוף המודיעין המרכזי של המשטר. לצד הפגיעה במיניסטריון, תקפנו מפקדות רבות של משמרות המהפכה. התקיפות שלנו שיטתיות ועוצמתיות, נגד כל יכולות ומערכי המשטר. אנחנו נמשיך ונעמיק את הפגיעות עד לעמידה בכלל יעדי המבצע. הלילה, ארגון הטרור חיזבאללה ירה לעבר שטח מדינת ישראל. הוא משלם על זה מחיר כבד מאוד. במהלך היום סיירתי יחד עם הרמטכ"ל בגבול הצפון. כפי שאמר הרמטכ"ל בתדרוכו למפקדי האוגדות, אנחנו נסיים את המערכה כשלא רק איראן תיפגע, אלא גם חיזבאללה יספוג פגיעה קשה מאוד. אני פונה מכאן לתושבי הצפון. הביטחון שלכם נמצא בראש מעיינינו. כוחות היבשה שלנו מצויים בחזית היישובים ומגינים עליכם. לא יהיה עוד פינוי יישובים. אין יותר משוואות. שוב, כפי שאמר הרמטכ"ל הבוקר, לא נסיים את המערכה לפני שיוסר האיום מלבנון. מאז אתמול בלילה, מטוסי הקרב של חיל האוויר טסים מעל שמי לבנון, ותוקפים בעוצמה עשרות מטרות של ארגון הטרור חיזבאללה. הבוקר חיסלנו בתקיפה ממוקדת בדחיה שבביירות את חוסיין מקלד, אחראי מטה המודיעין של ארגון הטרור חיזבאללה. בנוסף, השלמנו סדרת תקיפות נגד נכסים כלכליים מרכזיים של אגודת אל-קרד אל-חסן, המשמשת כתשתית מרכזית לניהול כספיו של ארגון הטרור חיזבאללה. במשך שנים, האגודה פעלה במסווה של מוסד פיננסי אזרחי בלבנון, כאשר בפועל היא השתמשה בכספי אזרחי לבנון ונתבע אותם לארגון הטרור, הכל במטרה לסייע לו לשקם את יכולותיו. חיזבאללה מנצל את אזרחי לבנון לקידום פעולות טרור. הוא מחריף את המשבר הכלכלי בתוך לבנון, ומוכיח שהוא לא רק מגן איראן, אלא גם מחריב לבנון. גם בשעה זו, חיל האוויר ולצידו חיל הים ממשיכים בתקיפות ברחבי לבנון. גם הערב אני רוצה לשבח את החוסן והאחריות שאתם, האזרחים, מפגינים. אלו ימים מורכבים ומאתגרים, אך העמידה האיתנה שלכם, קור הרוח והחוזק שלכם, מהווים מרכיב מרכזי בהצלחתנו. אני מבקש מכם להמשיך ולהישמע להנחיות פיקוד העורף. הימים האחרונים מעידים כמה הן מצילות חיים. חשוב לי לומר, צה"ל לא עוצר. אנחנו עם הפנים קדימה. אנחנו ערוכים ללחימה רב-זירתית, מרחיבים את בנק המטרות שלנו ופועלים בעוצמה מול כל האויבים שלנו. העמידה במטרות המבצע היא המצפן שמוביל אותנו. אנחנו נחושים לפגוע במשטר ולהסיר את האיומים הקיומיים מעל מדינת ישראל. היום חג פורים. בתום קריאת המגילה נהוג לקרוא את הפיוט שושנת יעקב. תשועתם הייתה לנצח ותקוותם בכל דור ודור. המילים האלו מקבלות משנה תוקף בימים אלו. ההמשכיות, החוסן של עם ישראל ימשיכו לעבור מדור לדור. חג שמח לכולם למרות הנסיבות. אני אמשיך להיות כאן איתכם ולעדכן אתכם בכל התפתחות. שאלות.
שאלת חדשות 12 וה-24. מה היקף הפגיעה ביכולות הירי של האיראנים, והאם תקיפות חיל האוויר צפויות להוביל להפחתה בשיגורים מאיראן לישראל?
אנחנו יצאנו למבצע באיראן להסרת איומים קיומיים. איום הטילים הוא איום קיומי. כפי שפירטנו בעבר, ממבצע עם כלביא פגענו משמעותית בייצור הטילים, במשגרי הטילים ובטילים עצמם, באחסון הטילים, בכל שרשרת הייצור שלהם. האיראנים לא זנחו את הרעיון והמשיכו לייצר עשרות בחודש ושאפו להגביר את זה למאות טילים בחודש. וזה מהווה איום קיומי על מדינת ישראל. ואנחנו נמשיך לתקוף אותם ולהשמיד אותם. עד עכשיו חיל האוויר השמיד עשרות משגרים. אנחנו ביומיים ללחימה הזאת, וימשיך לצוד ולהשמיד אותם יחד עם שותפינו האמריקאים בצורה משמעותית.
שאלת עכשיו 14. בניגוד לאיראן, עד כה צה"ל לא הגדיר מטרת מלחמה ברורה ללבנון. יש מטרה מוגדרת, ואם כן, מהי?
חיזבאללה אתמול בלילה פתח באש לעבר מדינת ישראל, סיכן את אזרחי מדינת ישראל. הוא ידע מה המחיר של זה, הזהרנו אותו מראש, והוא משלם על זה מחיר יקר. אנחנו נמשיך לפגוע בו בצורה חזקה מאוד. אנחנו, כפי שאמר הרמטכ"ל היום, כשהוא דיבר עם מפקדי האוגדות בגבול הצפון, אנחנו לא נוותר על היעד של הפסקה או של פירוז חיזבאללה מנשקו. אנחנו נמשיך לפעול עד שהוא יתפרק מנשקו.
שאלת כאן 11. האם נורו מספיק מיירטים בתקרית הקשה בה נהרגו אזרחים בבית שמש, והאם יש מסקנות חדשות מהתחקיר?
ראשית, אני רוצה שוב פעם להשתתף בצער המשפחות. אנחנו מחבקים אותם בשעות הקשות האלו. ואני רוצה לומר שבוודאי שנורו מיירטים. יש לנו את מערכות ההגנה האווירית הטובות בעולם. זה מוכיח את עצמו פעם אחרי פעם. והם ימשיכו להיות כאלו, ואנחנו נלמד ונשתפר מכל תקרית. וגם הפעם, פיקוד העורף, יחד עם חיל האוויר, למד, ואנחנו נשפר את מערכות ההגנה שלנו ואת ההתנהלות שלנו. ואני רוצה להזכיר מכאן שמערכות ההגנה שלנו הן טובות בעולם, וב' אני קורא לאזרחים להישמע להנחיות פיקוד העורף. הן מצילות חיים.
שאלת חדשות 13. האם ישראל הולכת להרחיב את הפעולה בלבנון לפעולה קרקעית?
שוב פעם, אנחנו פועלים בלבנון גם פה כדי להסיר איום משמעותי. היום הרמטכ"ל היה בגבול הצפון, נפגש עם מפקדי האוגדות ועם אלוף פיקוד הצפון, תדרך, אישר תוכניות. בשורה התחתונה כל האפשרויות על השולחן. אנחנו נפעל כדי לפרק את חיזבאללה מנשקו ולהסיר איומים מאזרחי ישראל ובדגש על תושבי הצפון.
שאלת ערוץ הכלכלה 10. היינו עדים לתקיפות של איראן כלפי מספר רב של מדינות במזרח התיכון. מה ניתן להגיד לגבי שיתוף הפעולה, התיאום והקשר של צה"ל עם צבאות האזור?
טוב, תראו, הימים האחרונים ביתר שאת מוכיחים את מה שאנחנו אומרים מזמן. איראן היא בעיה לא רק של ישראל, אלא בעיה אזורית ובעיה עולמית. תראו איך באופן כמעט אוטומטי הם ירו לכל רחבי המזרח התיכון, מדינות שכנות להם, ואף מעבר לכך. והם מהווים בעיה. אנחנו בשנים האחרונות ביתר שאת מאז הסכמי אברהם, מקיימים שיתופי פעולה פורים עם המדינות השכנות שלנו, מדינות האזור, על טיב היחסים ועל אופיים. אני לא יכול לפרט, אבל הם טובים והם נושאים פרי. תודה רבה, המשך ערב טוב.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, ABC, ABC. They weren't really talking. Test 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Good afternoon. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, I will make a brief and clear statement. On 28 February 2026, the United States, in full coordination with Israel, launched a second deliberate and unprovoked military attack against the Islamic Republic of Iran. This was a calculated act of aggression. Major cities and densely populated civilians areas were targeted. Hundreds of innocent civilians lost their lives, many more were wounded. This is a flagrant violation of the Charter of the United Nations, especially Article 2, Paragraph 4, which strictly prohibits the threat or use of force against the sovereignty and territorial integrity of any state. It is a direct assault on the foundations of international law. The Security Council convened an emergency meeting on Saturday. The facts were clear. The aggression was clear. The responsibility also was clear. In a reckless and unprecedented escalation, the United States and Israel deliberately targeted the supreme leader of Islamic Republic of Iran and many high military officials. Targeting the highest official of a sovereign UN member state is an egregious breach of international law and a direct attack on sovereign equality. Such conduct endangered the entire international system. The United States and the Israeli regime are deliberately targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure. The schools, hospitals, Red Cross facilities, and residential buildings were attacked. On the first day of the aggression, the girls' school in Minab, a small town in Hormozgan province in southern Iran, was deliberately destroyed. As a result, 165 innocent school girls were martyred. I repeat it, 165 school girls martyred. Their bodies were recovered from a rubble after hours of rescue efforts. On the same day, similar attacks martyred several hundred students in other cities, including eastern Tehran and Abyek in Gazvin province. But just this afternoon, the ambassador of the Israeli regime from this very podium resorted to lies and fabrications, shamelessly denying and ignoring the crimes committed by this regime against children and innocent civilians in Iran. Yesterday, further strike targeted Red Crescent building, Motahari, Gandhi, and Khatam hospitals in Tehran, Abu Zaz hospitals in Ahvaz, 3 emergency checkpoints in Sarab, Chabahar, and Hamadan, as well as residential building in northern Tehran. This morning, missiles struck a densely populated residential area in Sanandaj in Kurdistan province. The full number of casualties is still being verified. These acts constitute aggression. They constitute war crimes. They constitute crimes against humanity. The United States cannot remain silent. The United Nations cannot remain silent. Accountability is not optional. It is deeply shameful and hypocritical that only the very first day of its presidency of the Security Council, the United States convened a high-level meeting on protecting children, technology, and education in armed conflict under the agenda item maintenance of international peace and security, while at the same time launching missiles strike against Iranian cities and bombing schools and killing children. For the United States, protecting children and maintaining international peace and security clearly mean something very different from the UN Charter provides. Words about peace and protection cannot cover acts of aggression. Let's make no mistake, there was no imminent threat from Iran. Our nuclear program is exclusively peaceful. We were engaged in serious diplomatic negotiations. For the second time, the United States chose force our diplomacy and violated the Charter. There are no legal grounds that justify this attack. The so-called preemptive attack has no basis in international law. The prohibition on the use of force is absolute, except in self-defense against an armed attack. Iran is exercising its inherent right to self-defense under Article 51 of the Charter. Our response is lawful, necessary, and proportionate. We target only the military objectives of the hostile forces. We don't target civilians. We don't target the interests of neighboring states. Under international law, every state has a duty not to allow its territory to be used for act of aggression against another state. Member states must exercise due diligence to prevent their territory from being used by foreign forces to attack other countries. Iran does not seek war. Iran does not seek escalation, but Iran will not surrender its sovereignty. The issue before the international community is clear. Can a powerful state attack another sovereign member of the United Nations with impunity? If the answer is yes, then the Charter is meaningless. If the answer is no, then this aggression must be condemned and stopped. Double standard will destroy the credibility of this Council. Silence will embolden further lawlessness. As long as aggression continues, Iran will defend itself decisively and without hesitation. The Security Council must act firmly, clearly, and without ambiguity. I thank you for your kind attention.
What was the rationale behind attacking other countries, including Iraq, the UAE, Qatar, and some other countries, Iraqi Kurdistan as well?
As I mentioned, we are not attacking the interests of our neighboring countries. We are defending ourselves. We are targeting the facilities and the bases and the assets of the United States in this country, in those countries which is out of the control of the host countries. Thank you.
One more question.
Good afternoon. The 10,113 meeting of the Security Council is called to order. I would like to take this opportunity to pay tribute on behalf of the Council to the delegation of the United Kingdom for its service as President of the Council for the month of February. I'm sure I speak for all members of the Council in expressing deep appreciation to the entire United Kingdom team for the great diplomatic skill with which they conducted the Council's business last month. The provisional agenda for this meeting is maintenance of international peace and security, children, technology, and education in conflict. The agenda is adopted. In accordance with the Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo, Under-Secretary General of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. I now give the floor to Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo.
Thank you, Madam President. On behalf of the Secretary General, I want to thank you for your leadership in organizing today's discussion. This debate comes at a moment of exceptional relevance. Today, we face the highest number of armed conflicts since the Second World War. The number of civilians killed in these conflicts is the highest in decades. Our reality is clear. When conflicts erupt, children are among those most severely affected. We have been reminded of this truth over the last 2 days. Schools in Israel, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Bahrain, and Oman have closed and moved to remote learning owing to the ongoing military operations in the region. And we are aware of the reports from Iran about the death of possibly dozens of children, allegedly as the result of a strike that hit an elementary school in the town of Minab. United States authorities have announced they are looking into these reports. Globally, 1 in every 5 children is living in or fleeing a conflict zone. This adds up to 473 million children. Grave violations against children, verified by the United Nations, increased by a staggering 25% from 2023 to 2024. Rape and other forms of sexual violence rose by 35%. These horrific figures should impel us to do more to protect children in conflict. I pay tribute to the First Lady of the United States for her work to give visibility to the issue of children in conflict, and particularly for her personal engagement to reunite Ukrainian children with their families. Madam President, when conflicts do not rob children of their life and physical security, they deprive them of the right to have a quality education and a future of opportunities. 234 million children in crisis in conflict situations currently need educational support. 85 million are completely out of school. In violent conflicts, schools can be one of the only safe spaces that protect children from recruitment, trafficking, and exploitation. Schools can safeguard health and hygiene, provide psychosocial support, and connect families to essential services. Education in conflict zones is life-saving and life-sustaining. And yet schools, teachers, and education infrastructure continue to suffer violence. In 2024 alone, the the United Nations verified a total of 2,374 attacks on schools and hospitals. Many more are unverified due to a lack of access. Most attacks in 2024 took place in Ukraine, Israel, the occupied Palestinian territory, and Haiti. In its resolution 2601, the Council urged all conflict parties to immediately cease attacks against schools, children, and teachers, and noted that such attacks are in contravention of international humanitarian law. It called on all parties to safeguard, protect, respect, and promote the right to education. The international legal framework is clear. We must act. Madam President, the challenges of providing quality education in conflict situations are tremendous. Infrastructure, from electricity to classrooms to digital connectivity, is often crumbling or at risk. Educators are few and far between. We face a shortage of 44 million teachers in conflict settings. Digital learning can offer access to education when schools are closed or inaccessible, or when students are fleeing violence. And the UN has made a concerted investment in these approaches. Private-public partnerships, when grounded in strong ethical frameworks, can help us deliver and expand access to innovative education technologies. For example, UNICEF's Learning Passport, developed in partnership with Microsoft, offers 10 million children in 47 countries a mobile learning platform where they can have continuous access to quality education. The Instant Network Schools program, a joint project of the Vodafone Foundation and UNHCR, allows refugees and teachers to access digital educational content and the internet, improving the quality of education in some of the most marginalized communities in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and South Sudan. Technology allows education to reach the most vulnerable and those excluded from the formal educational system. In Afghanistan, to respond to the exclusion of 2.2 million girls from education, UNESCO is mobilizing digital technologies to bring learning directly into the homes and communities, reaching close to 9,000 school communities in the country. To ensure that opportunities provided by technology are realized, we must mitigate its risks. Children in conflict face heightened online threats, exploitation, trafficking, radicalization, digital recruitment into armed groups, and cyberbullying. Digital education must therefore actively promote child protection with risk assessments at every stage, from conception to deployment. We must strengthen legal and policy frameworks to protect the rights of the child in the digital space, in line with international human rights law. Technology companies have a particular role to play in providing safeguards to their users, especially children and young people. Unfortunately, funding for education in emergencies has dropped by 24%, even though needs are increasing. We call on member states to do more to meet funding gaps in education. Madam President, the most effective way to protect children from conflict is to prevent and end wars. Building peace is at the heart of what the United Nations does. We must all work together toward this goal. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. I thank Ms. DiCarlo for her briefing. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as First Lady of the United States. First, my heartfelt condolences to the families who have lost their heroes, who sacrificed their lives for freedom. Their bravery and dedication will always be remembered. I extend my earnest wishes for a swift and smooth recovery to all those who have been injured. You are in my thoughts and prayers during these challenging times. The U.S. stands with all of the children throughout the world. I hope soon, peace will be yours. Ambassador Waltz, I'm grateful for the distinguished honor to preside over the United Nations Security Council as the United States assumes its presidency. Undersecretary General DiCarlo, thank you for welcoming me here today. Your generosity reflects the dignity with which you hold your post. Thank you for your warm welcome, United Kingdom, France, Russian Federation, China, Greece, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Denmark, Panama, Liberia, Somalia, Colombia, Pakistan, Bahrain, and Latvia. Collectively, your mission to maintain security while upholding the responsibility of preventing conflict during times of both war and peace is significant, must be applied evenly, and should never be carried out lightly. Peace does not need to be fragile. Enduring peace will be achieved when knowledge and understanding are fully valued within all societies. The value placed on education by nations' leaders shape the core of their country's belief system. A nation that makes learning sacred protects its books, its language, its science, and its mathematics. It protects its future. This leads to something powerful, to greater understanding, moral reasoning, and tolerance of others. Peace. Children raised in a culture rooted in intelligence develop confidence, innovate, build, compete, and maintain a deep value system. Their knowledge fosters empathy for others, transcending geography, religion, race, gender, and even local norms. They become caring people. But children raised in culture rooted in ignorance are surrounded by disorder and sometimes even conflict. These societies are filled with rigid thinkers who embrace prejudice and shun human dignity. When a nation restricts thought, it restricts its own future. Education is widely recognized as a fundamental human right, and yet today, so many children and young adults are banned from attending secondary schools and universities. The cost is not abstract. Imagine the loss of potential to our collective humanity, new medical breakthroughs, advancement in food security, groundbreaking technologies, all gone. A society that excludes vast segments of its population can realize only a fraction of its potential. Societies ruled by knowledge and wisdom are therefore more peaceful. We must cultivate a just moral imagination for the next generation, for our children, building an infrastructure of understanding. Knowledge is a power. It shapes titans of industry and inspires courageous social pioneers. We must capture this positive energy and ignite it across continents to transform our world throughout our digitally connected human race. Intellect blossoms humanity's fundamental needs: shelter, food security, clean water, and healthcare. And predictably, almost all communities will have access to knowledge within our lifetimes. The global community must facilitate complete access to technology so that every individual can reach their full potential through education. We must strive to achieve connectivity in the most remote locations and the furthest distances from our cities. This objective is entirely feasible and is already on the way. Today, roughly 6 billion individuals, about 70% of people on planet Earth, have a mobile device and use the internet. If our nations band together, we can close the technological divide, empowering all to reach their full potential. From a solitary farmer on a remote Greek island to a quiet genius in Somalia or a dreamer in uptown Manhattan, anyone can read the vast treasury of human knowledge created over centuries, which is now codified and accessible through artificial intelligence. As a single digital nation state inevitable, perhaps this idea isn't so far-fetched, since digital currency and payment system via blockchain plus AI's massive factual database is already revolutionizing media and financial markets. We are in the age of imagination, a period where technology can be free and unrestricted by land borders. Indeed, now is the time for our generation to elevate our children above ideology through access to wisdom. AI is democratizing knowledge, which was once confined to university libraries. AI is creating a new reality for our children by distributing the traditional academic path to information. Today, almost anyone, anywhere can access a vast universe of data in the palm of their hand. Let's connect everyone to knowledge through AI, including those in the most remote geographic regions of our world. Look at what this truly means. In a matter of seconds, without travel, one can quickly learn about another's beliefs, religions, customs, and histories. We are open, and it is empowering. AI can provide us with an understanding of each other's needs and the needs of our children. AI is redefining who gets to participate in the global economy of ideas. I believe our shared intellect future will prove to be a more secure, harmonious, advanced civilization. The path to peace depends on us taking responsibility to empower our children through education and technology. Conflict arises from ignorance, but knowledge creates understanding, replacing fear with peace and unity. Security Council members, I encourage you to pledge to safeguard learning in our communities and promote access to heightened education for all. I implore you to build a future generation of leaders who embrace peace through education. Thank you. I resume my function as President of the Council. I give the floor to the representative of Greece.
Thank you, Madam President. First Lady of the United States, Ms. Melania Trump, I would like to thank you for chairing this important meeting and for highlighting one of the most urgent challenges of our time: the growing intersection between children, technology, and education in situations of armed conflict. I would like also to thank USG DiCarlo for her, as always, valuable insights. Madam President, today, in armed conflict, millions of children are affected daily. Surrounded by violence and insecurity, children are also deprived of the right to education, i.e., of their own very future. When schools are attacked, used for military purposes, or destroyed, children lose not only a safe place to learn, but also a sense of stability, protection, and above all, a hope for a better tomorrow. Therefore, innovative solutions need to be found to mitigate the impact of safe education, disruption, and restore education as a protective framework and a space of effective learning. In an era increasingly shaped by cutting-edge technological progress, education, technology, and innovation can form a powerful nexus to improve learning outcomes, foster peace, strengthen resilience of societies, and protect children. Nevertheless, at the same time, technology can expose children to serious risks, especially in conflict situations. As children in armed conflict face increasing risk of online harm, including online recruitment, exploitation, and sexual abuse, the Security Council Children's and Armed Conflict Framework has a duty to remain attentive to these evolving dynamics. Digital dimensions of recruitment, exploitation, and incitement are directly relevant to the protection mandate of this Council. Monitoring and reporting mechanisms should, where appropriate, reflect these emergent risks. In order to facilitate effective teaching and learning everywhere and under any circumstances, a strategic shift needs to take place that will allow for an integrated digital transformation of educational systems. This transformation entails action-oriented national plans and policies, clearly articulated educational goals, and sustained funding. Our guiding principle should always be to ensure the rights and best interests of the child, as well as their protection from online harm. Madam President, colleagues, the risks entailed by the use of digital technology are universal, even in time of peace. As stated recently in Geneva by the Greek Foreign Minister Yorgos Gerapetritis, the need to safeguard children's role and action in the future, in view of technology's advancements through the vital contribution of education, is of paramount importance. The digital environment as a public space must be safe, teaching children not just how to use technology, but crucially, how to protect themselves from it. In this endeavor, the potential of the private sector can also be utilized in collaboration with governments, civil society, and local communities, while adhering to relevant codes of conduct and human rights obligations. This partnership can contribute to the development of digital solutions of education that reflect our local reality and needs, ensure effective and flexible implementation, protect online safety, and help overcome barriers, including related to gender and disabilities. Madam President, the responsible use of technology and innovation can build bridges to safe education, dignity, and hope for children in armed conflict. It is our shared responsibility to ensure this access. Our ultimate objective is to cultivate a genuine global human rights culture by nurturing empathy in the next generation. If we can instill in a child the profound belief that human dignity is non-negotiable, that child will inevitably become a leader who champions peace. Ultimately, this deeply rooted culture is our most powerful defense against turmoil and armed conflict. Our engagement in the education of children is an investment in peace, and Greece, also through its work in the CAC Working Group, will remain at the forefront of this discussion. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Greece for the statement. Thank you. I give the floor to the representative of France.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Madame la
Thank you,
Présidente,
Madam
Première Dame des
President.
États-Unis,
Madam President, First Lady of the
permettez-moi de vous
United States,
remercier,
allow me to
de vous souhaiter la
thank you,
bienvenue,
to wish you a welcome,
d'assurer les
and
États-Unis de
to
notre soutien
assure
à
the
l'aube
United
de leur
States
présidence du Conseil de
of our
sécurité
support on the beginning of
et de
their
saluer la
presidency of the
décision
Security
de
Council
dédier ce
and
premier
to commend their
événement
decision to
aux
devote
enfants dans
this
les conflits
first
armés
event
sous l'angle des
to
technologies.
children in armed conflict from the
La
perspective of
France
technology.
son engagement
France
constant en faveur
reaffirms
de la
its
protection des
constant
enfants
commitment
et du plein
to the
respect de leurs
protection
droits
of children
fondamentaux, y
and for
compris
the
dans
full
l'espace
respect of their
numérique.
fundamental rights,
Nous
including
saluons
in the
à cet
digital
égard
space. And in this
vos
regard,
efforts personnels
we commend your
en tant que
personal
Première
efforts
Dame
as First Lady
avec le lancement de
with the launch
l'initiative
of the Fostering the Future
et
initiative,
l'adoption du
as
Take
well
It
as the
Down
adoption of
Act
the Take It Down
contre la
Act
diffusion sans consentement d'images
against the
personnelles
non-consensual
dont les enfants
circulation
sont trop souvent
of personal images that all
La
too
France
often
vous
children
remercie
fall victim
également pour
to.
votre rôle de
France also would like to
médiation,
thank you for your
ayant
mediation
contribué au
role
retour de
that
plusieurs enfants
contributed to the
ukrainiens
return of several Ukrainian
transférés
children
de force
that
ou
were
déportés en
forcibly
Russie.
transferred or deported to Russia.
Nous remercions la sous-secrétaire
We
générale,
thank
Madame
the
Rosemary
Undersecretary General,
DiCarlo,
Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo,
pour ses propos éclairants.
for her edifying
Madame la
briefing.
Présidente, le sujet qui nous réunit
Madam
aujourd'hui est au
President, the
cœur de
subject
l'action
that
du
brings us
Conseil
here
de
today
sécurité.
is at the heart of the
Il
work of the
exige une
Security Council, and it
coordination
requires
renforcée autour des
greater
trois piliers de
coordination
notre
around
organisation.
the three pillars of our
D'abord,
organization.
ce Conseil
First of
doit
all, this
agir
Council must
pour prévenir et
act
mettre un
to
terme
prevent
à l'utilisation des
and
nouvelles
put an end to the
technologies
use
contre
of
la
new
paix et la
technologies
sécurité
against
internationale.
international peace and security.
L'usage malveillant des
The
technologies
malicious
numériques
use of digital
accroît la
technologies is
violence
on
des
the
conflits
rise.
armés.
It
Les
is increasing
enfants en sont les
violence in armed
premières
conflict,
victimes.
and children are the primary
En
victims
Ukraine,
of
les
that.
attaques massives et
In
répétées de
Ukraine,
drones
the
russes
massive and repeated
tuent,
Russian drone
blessent
attacks are
et ont aussi un
killing,
impact
injuring,
profond
and
sur la vie
also
quotidienne
having
des enfants.
a profound impact on the
À
daily
l'école,
lives of
où
children.
les cours sont
At
interrompus
school,
chaque jour
classes
par
are
des
being
alertes
interrupted
aériennes.
each day by air
À la
raid
maison,
sirens, and at
où les
home,
enfants passent une partie de
children
leur soirée et de
spend
leur nuit
part
dans
of
des
their
abris
nights and
froids et
their
humides
evenings
du fait
in
des
cold
attaques
and damp
menées par la
shelters
Russie.
because of Russian attacks.
Dans d'autres conflits, les
In other
réseaux sociaux sont
conflicts, social
utilisés pour
networks are
diffuser de la
being used to
propagande
spread
ciblant les mineurs,
propaganda targeting
pour
minors,
faciliter leur
to
recrutement par les
facilitate
groupes
their
armés,
recruitment by
pour
armed
exploiter
groups,
leur
to
vulnérabilité.
exploit their vulnerability.
Le Conseil de sécurité,
The Security
en étroite
Council, in
collaboration,
close
coordination avec l'ensemble des parties
coordination
prenantes,
with all
doit poursuivre son
stakeholders,
action,
must
notamment dans
continue
le
its
cadre des
work,
agendas enfants et
including
conflits armés
within
et
the
jeunes pays
children and armed
sécurité,
conflict and
dans lesquels
youth
la
peace
France
and
est
security
pleinement
agendas that France is fully invested
En
in.
renforçant les capacités de
By
protection de l'enfance
bolstering
dans les opérations
child
de maintien
protection
de la paix
capacities in
et les missions
peacekeeping
politiques
operations
spéciales,
and special
et en
political
soutenant le
missions,
mécanisme de
and in
surveillance et de
supporting
communication
the
mis en
monitoring
place
and
par la
reporting mechanism
résolution
established by
1612 de
Resolution
2005,
1612 of
le Conseil permet la
2005,
collecte
the
d'informations
Council
sur les
supports the
violations
gathering of
graves
information
commises contre
on
les
the
enfants
grave
dans les zones de
violations
conflits
committed
armés.
against children
Ce
in armed
dispositif
conflict
est un
zones.
levier
This is an
indispensable
essential
pour
tool
renforcer la
for strengthening
prévention et lutter
prevention
contre l'impunité.
and combating impunity.
Il faut agir ensuite au service des droits de l'homme.
Next, we need to
Second
act for
pilier
the
de
sake of
notre
human
organisation.
rights, which is the second pillar of our
Il est de notre
organization.
responsabilité
It
collective
is
de
our
protéger
collective
les jeunes
responsibility to
en
protect
promouvant un
our young
espace
people
numérique
by promoting a
sécurisé et conforme au
secure
droit international.
digital space that is in line with
À cet égard,
international
la
law.
France a été
In this
pionnière au niveau
regard, France
national
has
et
been
européen,
a leader at the
notamment par
national and
l'adoption de
European
la
levels,
loi
including with the
visant à
adoption
sécuriser et
of a
réguler
law aiming to
l'espace
secure
numérique en
and regulate the
2024,
digital space
loi
in
qui renforce la
2024.
protection des
This is a
enfants
law that
face à la
strengthens
pornographie
child
en ligne.
protection against online
Comme un nombre
pornography.
croissant de
Like a
partenaires,
growing
la
number
France a
of
décidé
partners,
d'encadrer
France
l'accès des
decided
moins de 15
to
ans aux réseaux
restrict
sociaux
the
pour mieux
access
les
of children
protéger.
under 15 to social
Parce
networks
que
to better
l'espace
protect them.
numérique n'a pas de
Because the
frontières,
digital space
la
knows
France a
no
lancé en
borders,
2021
in
avec l'UNICEF
2021, together with
un appel à
UNICEF,
l'action
France launched
pour
a
défendre les droits de
call
l'enfant
to
dans
action to
l'environnement
defend
numérique,
the rights of the
puis en
child in the
2022
digital
un
environment,
laboratoire
and then in
pour la protection
2022
de
launched
l'enfance en
an
ligne
online
afin
child
de développer
protection
des
lab
solutions
to
innovantes
develop
pour mieux
innovative
protéger les
solutions
enfants.
for the better protection of children
Enfin,
online.
il faut agir
And
concrètement
lastly,
pour combler
we
les
must
fossés
act
numériques, pour
tangibly to ensure that all young people have access to new technologies, and that is the third pillar, the one related to development, used with pedagogy and in a regulated framework. Internet and artificial intelligence greatly facilitate universal access to education, as well as combating exclusion and shaping critical thinking. All of these, as you have said, are ramparts, bastions against hatred, and help to prevent conflicts in the future. France supports the tangible actions taken by the United Nations, in particular by UNESCO and UNICEF, to mobilize technologies for the protection of children via the anticipation of conflict risks, a more accurate needs mapping, and also expanded access to healthcare services, among other things. France holds the presidency of the G7 this year and has made the protection of children one of its priorities. Madam President, to conclude, the protection of children and young people affected by armed conflicts is of concern to all of us. The engagement of the United Nations, and in particular that of the Security Council, remains essential in that regard, and your presence is an encouragement, as was the case for several decades, several decades ago, the contribution of another First Lady, Eleanor Roosevelt, in the drafting of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your kind words, and thank you, representative of France, for the statement. Thank you. I give the floor to the representative of Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President,
j'aimerais avant tout propos
first of all,
féliciter
I
les
would
États-Unis
like to
d'Amérique
congratulate the
pour leur
United States
accession à la
of
présidence
America
du Conseil
on
en ce
acceding
mois
to
de
the
mars
presidency
2026
of the
et
Council
les
in this
remercier
month
pour
of
la
March
tenue de cette réunion
2026, and I would like
consacrée à
to
une
thank you
problématique
for
dont
this
l'importance
meeting
est
on such an
déterminante et
important
cruciale,
and decisive
aussi
and
bien pour
crucial
mon
topic
pays que
for my
pour de
country,
nombreuses régions
as
du
well
monde
as for many
affectées
other
par la
regions
guerre
in the
et les
world who are
conflits armés.
impacted by
À
war
cet
and
égard, la
armed
République
conflict.
démocratique du Congo salue
In this regard, the
les
Democratic Republic of
initiatives
the Congo
visant à renforcer la
welcomes the
mobilisation
initiatives aimed
internationale
at
en
strengthening
faveur du
international
bien-être et
mobilization
du futur des
so as
enfants
to
à
ensure the
l'ère du
well-being
numérique
and the
et
future
réaffirme
of the
son
children in the
attachement à
digital
toute
age.
dynamique
We reaffirm
multilatérale
our commitment to
permettant de
all
protéger l'enfant
multilateral
et de
efforts
garantir
to
son droit
protect
fondamental
children
à
and to
l'éducation.
ensure their fundamental
Mon
right to
pays
education.
vous rend de ce
My
fait un hommage
country would like to
appuyé,
pay
très
a
distinguée première dame des
tribute
États-Unis
to
d'Amérique,
you, First Lady of
pour
the
votre
United
engagement
States,
en faveur de
for your
l'intégrité et de la
commitment to
dignité
the
des enfants dans
integrity
le monde.
and dignity of
Nous remercions
children
par la
in
même
the
occasion
world. We
Madame
also
Rosemarie
thank
Di
Madame
Carlo, secrétaire
Rosemary
générale
DiCarlo,
adjointe des Nations Unies,
Under
pour
Secretary
son
General
exposé.
of the United Nations,
Madame
for
la
their
Présidente,
statement.
garantir
Madam
un accès
President,
effectif à l'éducation
guaranteeing an
et aux
effective
technologies
access to
numériques pour
education
les
and
enfants en
digital
situation de
technologies for
conflit
children in situation
constitue
of the
pour la
conflict
République
is,
démocratique du
for
Congo,
us, the Democratic
une
Republic of the
réalité
Congo,
essentielle.
is an essential
Depuis plus de 3
reality
décennies,
fact.
notre pays
For
connaît des
3
cycles
decades,
récurrents de
our
violence
country has been
et de conflits
witnessing
armés,
circles
particulièrement
of
dans sa partie
repeated
orientale.
violence and armed conflicts,
Cette situation
particularly in the
prive depuis
eastern part.
30 ans
This has
des
been
millions
the
d'enfants
situation has
de la
prevailed for 30
jouissance d'un
years,
droit
and
pourtant
millions
fondamental,
of
celui
children
d'accéder à
have
une
been
éducation
deprived
sûre,
of their fundamental right,
inclusive et de
access to
qualité.
education which is safe,
À
inclusive, and
titre
of high
d'exemple,
quality.
rien que dans la
Let me give you
province
an
du Sud
example.
Kivu,
Just in
où
the South
opère
Kivu
impunément
province,
depuis
where
le
with
début de l'année
impunity, since the
2025
beginning of
le mouvement
2025,
M23
we
et les
have been
forces de
witnessing
défense
the movement
rwandaises
of
RDF
M23
en violation
and
de
the
nos lois
RDF, the
nationales,
Rwanda
de la
Defense
Charte des
Forces,
Nations
in
Unies,
violation
des
of
principes
national laws,
élémentaires
the
du droit
UN
international et du droit
Charter,
international
basic principles
humanitaire,
of international law,
l'impact du
international
conflit sur
humanitarian
l'éducation
law,
est alarmant.
and therefore
D'abord,
the impact of
la
conflict on
gratuité de
education
l'enseignement
has
est
been
mise en
as
mal.
follows. First of all,
Les troupes rwandaises et les rebelles du
the
M23
free
ayant
of
décidé d'imposer
charge
des
of
frais de scolarité dans
schooling
les
has
écoles
been
privées et
undermined
publiques des territoires
because
sous leur
the
contrôle.
Rwandan forces
Ensuite,
M23 decided to
les
impose
statistiques
schooling
renseignent
fees.
que sur
Next, statistics are telling
8419
us
écoles,
that 8,419
1768
schools,
écoles, dont
1,768
écoles
schools,
maternelles,
out of which
1022
71
écoles primaires
primary
et
schools
675 écoles
and
secondaires ne sont
675
aujourd'hui
secondary
plus
schools
fonctionnelles.
today are no longer
Parmi
functioning.
elles, 167 écoles
Out
abritant
of them,
72
167 schools
214
with
élèves, dont 36
72,000
068 filles
school
sont au
children,
moment
out of them
où nous nous
36,000
réunissons
children
ici, occupés
are
par les
at
groupes armés.
this point occupied by
Madame la
armed groups.
Présidente, en
Madam
règle
President,
générale,
generally
la
speaking,
République démocratique du
Democratic
Congo a fait
Republic
de
of the
l'éducation
Congo
un pilier
has
central
erected education into a central pillar of its policy of
Fort
resilience
de
and
son capital
development.
humain
We
essentiellement
are
jeune,
proud of our human
l'éducation
capital, of our
constitue
young
pour mon
people.
pays
Therefore,
non
education
seulement
for
un
my
droit
country is
fondamental,
not
mais
just a
également
fundamental
un
right,
pilier
but
majeur
it
de sa
also is a
stabilité.
major pillar of our
La politique
stability.
de la gratuité de
The
l'enseignement
free
décrétée par le
schooling,
président de la
which was
République,
decreed
son
by the
Excellence
President of
Félix
the
Antoine
Republic,
Tshisekedi
His Excellency
Tshilombo,
Felix
depuis
Antoine
son
Tshisekedi
avènement à la
Tshilombo,
magistrature
since he
suprême en
acceded
2019,
to his high office in
répond de cette vision
2019,
d'améliorer
is a
l'accès à
reflection
l'éducation
of
et aux
this
nouvelles
view that
technologies.
we need to improve access
À
to
cette
education and new
politique s'ajoute
technologies.
l'adoption en
In addition to this
2025
policy,
de
we
la
in
stratégie de
2025
l'éducation et de la
adopted the
formation en
education
situation d'urgence
and emergency training
2025-2029
strategy
visant à
covering
bâtir un
2025
système
to
éducatif
2029,
résilient,
which is there to
inclusif et
build an
protecteur secteur
education system
capable
which
de
is
garantir
resilient,
la
inclusive,
continuité
and
de
is a measure of
l'apprentissage
protection
avant, pendant et
capable
après
of
les crises.
ensuring the continuity
Cette
of learning
stratégie
before, during, and
susmentionnée
after
s'accompagne
crises.
d'un engagement
This
résolu de la
strategy is
République démocratique
accompanied
du
by
Congo à
the
réduire
commitment of
la
the
fracture numérique
DRC
qui affecte
to reduce the
particulièrement
digital gap,
les zones
which
touchées
is
par les conflits.
particularly impacting
Madame la
those areas
Présidente,
which are
le
in
recours au
conflict.
numérique
Madam
s'impose
President,
aujourd'hui
using
comme une voie
digital
essentielle
technologies today is an essential means of mitigating the effect of conflicts of education. Digital platforms, mobile devices, remote learning tools can maintain a learning tool for those children which are internally displaced, those who live in enclaves or in displaced camps. Similarly, the advances of artificial intelligence can also help with education. They can accompany pedagogical efforts and provide psychosocial support to those children who are victims of trauma. Madam President, the Democratic Republic of the Congo is convinced that the respect and the protection of the human rights, in particular the rights of children, of the international humanitarian law, must remain at the heart of all strategies that we are implementing, and this we're implementing to ensure peace and security in the world. We have to work together to make sure that these dimensions, very frequently lost in approach analysis and evaluation of conflict, take pride of place. And that is why the Democratic Republic of the Congo calls for a strengthened international support for the development of digital infrastructures in fragile and post-conflict areas, for responsible partnership with the private sector, partnership based on transparency and accountability. Madam President, we are a large country, a very rich country, especially when it comes to minerals which are necessary for the current digital revolution. We think that technology should never be a factor of exclusion for our children. To the contrary, it needs to become an instrument for resilience, reparations, and equality of opportunities. To conclude, the Democratic Republic of the Congo would like to affirm its determination to work together with its partners, including through the platform Building a Future Together, which is put forth by the distinguished First Lady, Melania Trump, to protect children, to reform our education system, to progressively integrate into it numerical tools despite the security challenges, and to ensure that no child, even in a situation of conflict, be discriminated against, but rather that they should continue benefiting from their right to education, development, and the implementation of their legitimate dream to have a better future in the digital era. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the Democratic Republic of the Congo for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Denmark.
Thank you, Madam President. Denmark thanks the United States for highlighting this critical topic of the first day of the presidency. And we commend the First Lady of the United States for her presence here today and for showing leadership on this issue. Let me also thank Undersecretary General Di Carlo for her sobering briefing. Madam President, as we've heard, more than 85 million children are out of school in crisis settings. From Sudan to the Sahel, from Afghanistan to Gaza, too often, too many school-aged children are prevented from learning. As members of this Council, we have a common responsibility to protect education in conflict. I commend the efforts by the United Nations in this regard, notably UNICEF, UNESCO, and the Office of the Special Representative of the Secretary General for Children and Armed Conflict. For example, in Ukraine, the UNHCR supports access to education from online learning for refugees to offline learning at underground schools near the front line. In Lebanon, UNICEF assists access to digital learning for Syrian refugees. And, as we've heard from the USG, in Afghanistan, UNESCO supports broadcasting of educational programs to reach learners in their homes. These are examples of innovative initiatives that make a difference for children and young people affected by conflict. But we can do even more to leverage the potential of technology for education. Madam President, I'll raise 3 points today. First, we must make even greater use of innovation and technology to support safe and protective access to education in conflict-affected situations. When conflict erupts and it becomes unsafe to go to school, digital tools can enable students to continue their education and connect with their peers. But it requires access to digital devices and often also access to the internet. Children in the poorest places in the world, which count many conflict-affected contexts, are more likely to be excluded from access to the internet. In short, eliminating the digital divide will help broadening access to education, to leave no child behind. We must keep this in mind as we seek to protect education during armed conflict in accordance with Security Council Resolution 2601. Second, Madam President, the digital space does not come risk-free. We know that it brings risks for children's safety. In context of conflict and instability, these risks can take many forms. Online platforms can be used to spread disinformation, and manipulated content could fuel polarization, instability, or lead to radicalization. Young peace builders could be targeted. Young human rights defenders may face reprisals or threats, both on and offline. Young women and girls may be targeted by technology-facilitated gender-based violence. Member states, along with tech companies, must prioritize protection in the digital space. While tech companies have great power in shaping children's digital experiences, they also have a great responsibility to protect children's rights. We support that the Office of the SRSD for Children and Armed Conflict engages with online platform operators on protection. Third, Madam President, as an international community, we must collectively ensure that parties to conflict uphold international law, including international humanitarian law and international human rights law. Parties to conflict must commit to specific, structured steps to end and prevent grave violations against children and uphold accountability. As we sat in connection with the Red Hand Day on Education to prevent the recruitment of use of children just recently, Denmark believes that we need not just to reflect, but to recommit. Recommit to the children of Haiti, who should be able to enjoy a safe learning environment without fear of being recruited by gangs. To the children in Sudan, who are attacked, starved, and displaced. And to the children in Ukraine, who have suffered abductions and endless attacks on their schools and infrastructure during the 4 long years of Russia's full-scale invasion. Schools must be protected from attack. The international legal framework is clear on this. Madam President, in closing, around this table, we must demand that safe and inclusive education is available to all children. We must support access to quality education. Where there is access is disrupted by conflict, we should safely leverage the potential of technology, because education is not only a fundamental right, it is a foundation for sustainable peace, stability, and development. Thank you.
Thank you, representative of Denmark. I give the floor to the representative of Panama.
Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President.
Honorable señora Melania Trump, primera dama.
Esteemed Mrs. Melania Trump, First Lady of the United States of America, Panama congratulates the delegation of the United States on assuming the presidency of the Security Council for the month of March, and we would like to wish you every success in this delicate undertaking. We would also like to thank Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo for her briefing and the U.S. delegation for convening this timely debate on the role of technology in guaranteeing access to education for children affected by armed conflict. This is a vision that is fully aligned with the priority agenda of the U.S. First Lady as part of the Fostering the Future Together initiative. And by happy coincidence, just a few days ago, we had the privilege of convening an Area Formula meeting to mark the International Day of the Red Hand, focused specifically on promoting safe, inclusive, and continual education as a tool for preventing the recruitment and use of children in armed conflict. That conversation left us with one clear conviction, and that is that education is not only a right, it is also a tool, a valuable tool for prevention. When a child remains connected, plugged into their education process, be it in the classroom or through digital technologies, it significantly reduces their exposure to recruitment, exploitation, or manipulation. Today, millions of children continue to see their education interrupted due to attacks on schools, forced displacement, and the militarization of the civilian environment. In this context, technology has gone from being a supplementary tool to become a lifesaver. Open platforms, remote learning, content broadcast over radio or television, and AI-supported solutions, when they are used responsibly, are useful in order to maintain the continuity of learning in some of the most complex environments in the world. Initiatives such as the Global Digital Learning Gateway from UNESCO and UNICEF, or the development of AI skills frameworks for teachers, reflect a growing recognition that technology can help to reduce gaps, but only if it is accessible, inclusive, and ethical. Experiences in the field confirm this. In Ukraine, according to data verified by UNICEF, the conflict has affected thousands of educational facilities, forcing more than 1 million students to depend today on hybrid or remote learning modalities in order to continue their education. The distribution of digital devices and teacher training has shown that connectivity combined with proper training can support education systems even when under fire. In Afghanistan, where more than 2 million girls remain excluded from secondary education, the use of digital community hubs and education programs over radio and television has made it possible to bring learning into the home, thus reducing risks and maintaining support networks. In Gaza, where a large part of the education system has been devastated, the launching of a virtual campus by UNESCO for higher education has offered thousands of students an opportunity to continue their studies from outside the conflict zone. In recent days, children in various countries in the Middle East have had to make use of virtual educational platforms because their education has been affected by the impacts of another armed conflict. Madam President, this experience demonstrates the potential of technology as a tool for resilience. However, we have to recognize that the digital space is not neutral. Those same platforms that facilitate learning can also expose children, particularly those that are already experiencing trauma, to the risk of exploitation, radicalization, misinformation, or online violence. According to UNESCO data, 1 in 3 students around the world suffers school bullying. That is a reality that not only persists, but it may also grow worse in digital environments, which substantially take place in contexts of displacement and vulnerability. Therefore, Madam President, Panama would like to underscore a few fundamental principles. Technology must be a supplement to, but it cannot nor should it replace in-person education. Schools continue to be essential spaces for the comprehensive development of, protection of, and the recovery of children. Public-private partnerships are necessary, but they have to be rooted in solid ethical frameworks that respect the rights of the child in the digital environment. Moreover, we must make sure that this does not expand the digital divide. Without equitable access, technology could deepen inequalities that already exist. Madam President, our country considers that artificial intelligence can support teachers, but never replace them. digital literacy, training for teachers, and the meaningful participation of young people themselves all need to be part and parcel of our response. Guaranteeing the continuity of education in conflict situations is not just a development issue, because depriving a generation of education at the end of the day means sowing the seeds of future crises. And in that regard, we reaffirm that safe, secure, inclusive and equitable access to education, including its digital dimension, is an inalienable part of the protection of children in armed conflicts. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Panama for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Liberia.
Liberia thanks you, Madam First Lady, for bringing your important voice and distinguished office to the issues of children in conflict and their much-needed access to education and technology. We also thank the United Kingdom for its effective stewardship of the Security Council during the month of February, and USG DiCarlo for her instructive briefing. We warmly welcome the United States as it assumes the presidency for March, and thank the United States delegation for convening this timely meeting. In today's world, the intersection of children, technology, and education defines not only individual futures, but, as rightly noted by you, Madam President, the trajectory of peace itself. In conflict settings, when classrooms fall silent and connectivity is severed, the loss is not only educational, it is generational. Efforts that restore learning, expand safe digital access, and protect children from technological exploitation are therefore investments in stability and human dignity. Madam President, Excellencies, today Liberia will speak from a past that taught us what conflict steals and what education restores. We remember all too well what it means to be the child the world sought to protect. The classroom without a roof. The generation told to wait for peace before being allowed to learn. 14 years of civil conflict destroyed our schools, dispersed our teachers, and recruited children before they were literate. From all of these, we learned a painful truth. When education collapses during conflict, the conflict does not end. It simply mutates. This is why Liberia approaches today's discussion not as a development debate, but as a matter of international security. Around the world, more than 224 million children living in crisis settings are currently out of school, according to global education partners. Many before me have quoted even grimmer statistics. This is not just an educational emergency, therefore, it is a security emergency, a protection emergency, and a generational emergency. A child denied learning in a conflict zone is exposed not only to illiteracy, but to recruitment, manipulation, and exploitation disguised as survival. Similarly, a community deprived of education does not simply lose opportunity. It actually inherits instability. In these contexts, digital education is simply not a luxury. It is actually a stabilizer. It is prevention policy. Across West Africa, post-conflict recovery has shown us that the path from ceasefire to resilience actually runs through the classroom. Within ECOWAS, we have seen that rebuilding infrastructure alone is insufficient. Rebuilding human capital is what prevents relapses into conflict. Increasingly, this rebuilding must be digital. Africa is not waiting to be transformed by technology. We are trying to reshape technology under difficult constraints. We are developing low bandwidth platforms, solar-powered systems, and community-driven learning models precisely because our circumstances demand innovation that is efficient, resilient, and inclusive. In my home country, Liberia, when national emergencies halted schooling, community radio delivered lessons across counties, while solar-powered learning centers reached communities far beyond the grid. Children shared devices, but more importantly, they shared knowledge. Our innovations did not emerge from abundance. They emerged from determination. From these experiences, Liberia offers 3 proposals. First, the establishment of a post-conflict education digital recovery window within existing international financing mechanisms. Digital learning infrastructure, including connectivity, devices, teacher training, and child protection safeguards, must be embedded in early recovery frameworks and not treated as a secondary priority. Second, we are developing a pilot network of solar-powered community digital learning hubs. These hubs function independently of unstable grades, deliver offline capable curriculum, provide teacher training modules, and offer safe digital access points for displaced and conflict-affected children. They are modular, scalable, and built for fragile settings. Third, Liberia calls for a voluntary coalition of governments, technologists, and educators to design low-bandwidth, offline, first learning systems tailored specifically for conflict environments. Not repurposed systems from stable countries, but tools engineered for fragility, which are grounded in child safety. Madam President, innovation must never come at the expense of protection. We therefore support the development of standardized safeguards for all artificial intelligence tools used in humanitarian and emergency settings. No child's privacy, innocence, dignity, or safety should be compromised by the very systems meant to support their learning. Madam President, let's be clear about what is truly at stake. When learning is lost in conflict, instability travels, extremism travels, desperation travels, but resilience can travel as well. Investing in digital education in fragile contexts reduces the pool from which armed groups recruit. It strengthens girls' autonomy and narrows the space in which harmful ideologies take root. It builds communities that choose ballots over bullets. This, therefore, is not charity. Such an investment is strategic security policy. Liberia stands as evidence that recovery is possible when the world invests early and wisely. Our journey from hosting peacekeepers to contributing to peacekeeping was shaped by education and anchored in opportunity. If we fail children in conflict today, we will debate the crisis of the society to be inherited tomorrow. But if we connect our children, if we power their classrooms with sunlight, if we equip them with safe digital tools, if we treat connectivity as protective infrastructure, we can change the trajectories of conflict and the trajectory of their lives. We can change recruitment patterns. We can change vulnerabilities. Certainly, we can change the inheritance that many of our children have of growing up in violence. Let us therefore commit to funding digital recovery as an integral component of peace building. Let us design technology, even for the hardest to reach places, and not only for the most profitable markets. And let us ensure that the child in a village, once scarred by war, inherits not only peace, but a future. I thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the representative of Liberia for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of United Kingdom.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me begin by welcoming you, First Lady, to the Security Council and thanking you for your leadership on this important issue. I also congratulate the United States on assuming the presidency of the Council for the month of March. You have our full support. And I thank Undersecretary General DiCarlo for briefing us today. I will make 3 points. First, protecting children's right to safe, inclusive, quality education is critical. And yet, around the world, education systems are collapsing in conditions of conflict. In Gaza, 97% of schools have been damaged or destroyed, and over 650,000 children have been out of school for over 2 years. In Sudan, 1 in 3 schools has been damaged or destroyed, and 8 million children are out of school. In Ukraine, 4.6 million children face barriers to learning as a result of Russia's illegal and unprovoked full-scale invasion. The current conflict in the Middle East poses further risks. Children and civilian infrastructure, including schools, need to be protected. Parties to conflict must adhere to their obligations under international humanitarian law. The United Kingdom supports the implementation of the Safe Schools Declaration and urges other member states to commit to it. We are also proud to support global efforts to safeguard children's education in crises, including through our support for UNICEF and the Global Partnership for Education. Second, emerging technologies can play a transformative role in sustaining learning for children impacted by conflict and displacement. While not a substitute for in-person schooling, digital tools, remote learning platforms, and AI-supported systems can help children keep learning when classrooms are destroyed or inaccessible, and to access psychosocial support. But we also need to manage the risks of technology for children in conflict. For example, in Colombia, armed groups are increasingly using online platforms to recruit children. The United Kingdom is committed to ensuring accountability for grave violations against children in conflict, including through our support for the UN monitoring and reporting mechanism. Technology companies and governments also have a key role to play in strengthening safeguards against such risks. Third, Madam President, conflict disproportionately impacts girls' education. Girls are more likely to be out of school than boys in conflict settings. And as a result, they face heightened risks, including risks of exploitation, child marriage, trafficking, and sexual and gender-based violence. The United Kingdom is proud to support girls' education in crises, including over 7 million supported through the Education Cannot Wait Fund. And we call on the private sector, working with governments and civil society, to ensure technology meets the particular needs of girls whose education is impacted by conflict. I thank you.
Thank you, Representative of United Kingdom, for your statement. I would like to give the floor to Representative of China.
Thank you, Madam President. I welcome your presence, First Lady Melania Trump, as well as your presiding over today's meeting. I thank Under-Secretary General DiCarlo for her briefing. Children are the most vulnerable group in armed conflict and require the most protection. Incessant conflicts around the world today have led to rising cases of violation against children in recent years, which China finds deeply disturbing. The denial of children's right to education due to conflict not only affects the healthy development of children themselves, but also erodes the foundation of national stability and undermines development. The international community must give priority attention to this issue, build consensus, and work together to improve access to education for children in conflict zones. I would like to make 4 points. First, strengthening child protection is the top priority. China strongly condemns all attacks that target children and urges all parties to conflicts to fulfill their obligations under international humanitarian law, protect children from the scourge of war, and uphold the most basic principles of human conscience. Attacks on schools are one of the 6 grave violations against children identified by the United Nations and should be strongly condemned and resolutely opposed. The international community should respond to incidents of harming children and damaging schools with robust investigations and accountability efforts and work together to prevent more atrocities. Second, ending conflicts completely is the fundamental solution. China calls on all parties to the conflict to prioritize the interests and well-being of the wider population and hostilities and violence as soon as possible, and resolve the differences through dialogue and consultation. The Security Council should stay committed to political settlement of hostile issues and bolster conflict mediation. The Gaza conflict has cast a dark shadow over an entire generation of Palestinian children. Israel must fully comply with the ceasefire agreement, completely lift restrictions to humanitarian access, and end the suffering of children in Gaza. Haitian gangs are forcibly recruiting large numbers of children, turning them into expendable tools of conflict. The international community should support Haiti in addressing both the symptoms and the root causes of the multiple crises confronting the country. Third, promoting sustainable development represents a long-term approach. Development is key to breaking the cycle of violence, addressing the root causes of conflict, and achieving lasting peace. The international community should strengthen cooperation in education, and in particular, help conflict-affected countries improve their educational infrastructure, scale up education investment, expand the pool of well-trained teachers, build comprehensive teaching systems, and make education more inclusive and accessible. China supports the close coordination and cooperation among UN humanitarian and development entities to accelerate the implementation of the Sustainable Development Agenda relating to children and education, and to effectively promote and protect children's rights through development. Fourth, the proper application of technology constitutes a crucial means. Technologies such as remote teaching, online platforms, satellite networks, and mobile terminals can break through the spatial and temporal boundaries of traditional classrooms, making knowledge literally available at fingertips, and significantly empowering children's education during conflicts. At the same time, the application of technology must be human-centric and guided by the principle of AI for good, with full respect for the sovereignty and ownership of the countries concerned, as well as respect for local cultural traditions. It should also be driven by the physical and psychological needs of children. It is essential to expand the sharing of best practice to help countries concerned build up their digital capacity and bridge the digital divide. It is vital to ensure data security and prevent the risks of misuse and breach. It is imperative to adhere to the principles of humanity and neutrality and refrain from politicizing or weaponizing technology. Madam President, as home to one of the world's largest child populations, China highly values the important role of new technologies such as artificial intelligence in promoting children's education and protecting children's rights. Under China's digital education strategy, digital and smart learning has been identified as key to China's future educational development. Guided by the vision of building a community with a shared future for mankind, China is committed to providing public goods and engaging in result-oriented cooperation in order for children worldwide to benefit from advancement in new technologies. China has been building and renovating primary and secondary schools in developing countries and providing them with teaching supplies. We have also been working with partners such as UNICEF and UNESCO to implement digital projects in conflict-affected and developing countries and promote the digital transformation of education. China stays committed to working collectively with the international community to heal wounds with love and care, empower education with technology, and strive to ensure that no child will be left behind. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Representative of China, for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Somalia.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me begin by thanking the United States for convening this meeting and welcome you, Madam First Lady, and commend your leadership in presiding over today's timely and important discussion. I also thank USG DiCarlo for the insights which remind us that the challenges before us are immense, but so too is the expertise and commitment and compassion around this table. We gather to confront a profound challenge, which is ensuring access to technology and education for children whose lives have been shattered by conflict. In today's world, digital opportunity can mean the difference between hope and despair. Yet for millions of children affected by war, education remains out of reach. When schools are closed or destroyed, children lose not only their chance to learn,
but also the protections and connections that help them recover and thrive. In these moments, children become even more vulnerable to exploitation, trafficking, and instability. Nowhere is this more urgent than for the children of Gaza. Their resilience in the face of unimaginable loss and daily hardship inspires us all. We cannot allow them or any child living through conflict to be left behind. As we look ahead, I would like to propose the following. First, we must recognize technology as a lifeline for children in crisis. Even when disaster shuts down traditional classrooms, digital tools can keep education alive. Advances in artificial intelligence and robotics are transforming how children learn, equipping them for a fast-changing world. Yet with this promise comes responsibility. The very tools that open doors must not expose children to new dangers. We must build safeguards, educate families and teachers, and remain vigilant against those who would use technology to harm. Second, we must make the protection of schools and learning spaces an absolute priority as reaffirmed by United Nations Security Council Resolution 2601. Schools must be safe havens and never be targeted. Attacks on educational facilities rob children of their right to learn and strip communities of hope and stability. We must reaffirm our commitment to upholding international law and ensuring that schools, teachers, and students are protected at all times, especially in conflict zones like Gaza, where more than 97% of schools have been damaged or destroyed, and 91.8% of all education facilities will require either full reconstruction or major rehabilitation to become functional again. Third, we must close the digital divide with creative context-appropriate solutions. For millions, barriers like lack of devices, electricity, or internet are real, and nowhere is this more urgent than for the developing world, in particular in our continent, Africa. By working with technology innovators, educators, and local communities, we can tailor solutions to reach even the hardest impacted children. As we strive to deliver education and opportunity amid crises, we must also address the root causes of conflict, such as inequality, marginalization, and underdevelopment. The best protection for children is to prevent conflict from erupting in the first place. Addressing the drivers of violence and instability through diplomacy, sustainable development, and respect for human rights remain our most powerful tool to safeguard children's futures. Law can uphold perpetrators to account, but itself it cannot prevent conflicts. True safety and protection of children is built on teaching the values of nurturing, care, and empathy in every society, while building communities committed to dignity, inclusion, and peace. In conclusion, Madam President, my delegation is committed to working together to make the digital era a source of hope and possibility for every child. With commitment to conflict prevention and responsible use of technology, even in the darkest circumstances, we can ensure no child is left behind. I thank you.
Thank you, Representative of Somalia, for the statement. I give the floor to Representative of Colombia.
Gracias, señora Presidenta. Thank you, Madam President. Allow me to begin with special greetings for the First Lady of the United States, Mrs. Melania Trump, and I would like to recognize her leadership in promoting initiatives targeting the well-being of children, which is a subject of shared interest. I would also like to thank Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo for her valuable briefing. Colombia recognizes the potential of digital transformation for new generations. In conflict situations where schools have been destroyed, are inaccessible, or aren't able to provide safe, secure conditions, technology can help guarantee access to education and the continuity of education, facilitating the provision of essential services such as psychosocial support, and also help to expand the availability of good quality information, especially in marginalized populations and populations that are facing multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination. However, access alone is not enough. A truly inclusive digital transformation has to close the gaps that exist between countries and also within countries. That involves strengthening digital and technology infrastructure, guaranteeing connectivity, and promoting the transfer, development, and installation of capacities and knowledge. In contexts such as Haiti or Palestine, the destruction or limited availability of basic infrastructure, including digital connectivity, also affects the ability of humanitarian actors and agencies of the United Nations to guarantee the continuity of education and of fundamental services for children affected by conflict. Equally, it is important to make progress with digital literacy that allows all people to critically and safely use technological tools and to transform them into learning opportunities. Otherwise, access to technological tools will lack real impact. This also involves addressing intersecting and structural factors that perpetuate inequality, factors such as poverty, social exclusion, and the persistent digital gender gap, which is made worse in conflict settings. In contexts such as Afghanistan, for example, restrictions on access and on the participation of women and girls in educational and digital spaces shows how gender gaps continue to limit opportunities and deepen vulnerabilities, especially when they are combined with social, economic, and cultural factors that exacerbate exclusion. These situations highlight the fact that access to technology is closely linked to the provision of essential services, development, and stability, which are fundamental elements for international peace and security. Madam President, we must also understand that the digital environment has become a new space of vulnerability for children and young people. Armed groups and criminal networks are increasingly frequently using digital platforms to recruit, manipulate, and exploit minors. This is compounded by phenomena such as the dissemination of hate speech and disinformation, which could exacerbate violence and increase risks for children, with a particular impact on girls that are exposed to digital gender-based violence. This requires cooperation with the technology sector, as well as effective prevention and response mechanisms and a human rights-based approach. Moreover, the accelerated development of artificial artificial intelligence provides new opportunities, but also poses risks that we cannot ignore. Artificial intelligence can facilitate innovative educational tools and expand access to learning in challenging circumstances. However, if there are not also comprehensive and adequate safeguards throughout the technology lifecycle, there could be the amplification of biases, they could violate privacy, and generate new forms of manipulation or exploitation. Faced with these challenges, multilateralism remains an essential tool for promoting a secure and inclusive digital environment and making sure that technology and technological innovation contributes to sustainable development, to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, and to respect for human rights. We have shared frameworks and principles. Now we need to make firmer progress on implementing them. New technologies need to be a tool for good quality education rather than a new source of inequality, especially for children and in particular for those that are suffering the impacts of conflict. Our responsibility is to make sure that the digital